All right, why'd this fail?
Check out these must-have stocks and stars.
What is this?
The Otterbox Symmetry Series cactus leather is the perfect case.
This is VS Code. With I have a little plugin that I wrote for my engine, which is why there's some stuff at the bottom. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so general overview is I'm working on a game engine and I'm working specifically on error handling right now. So if the code has any errors, I want to print some useful information to the console so I can debug the errors easier. And a call stack is basically just a sequence of function calls within the program, which basically tells you where you are in the program at any time. So when the program crashes, I want it to print a call stack to the console at the point where I crashed. So then I know exactly where in the code to look to like fix the issues. And right now I'm getting this to work on Linux. I've already done it for Windows and Mac earlier today off stream, but I decided I would do a stream because it helps me focus. And in a second here, maybe I can just show what the engine looks like right now though. Let's see. Where is... Yeah, so here's the just a little template project I have because I was working on creating UI widgets, so a little window and color picker and like scroll bars and stuff. This is just a little example project as I'm working. But in the code here, I have this like function called error if, which is basically a way I can sort of validate that the code is behaving as I expect. So like if whatever is here evaluates to true, it'll basically crash the program and cause an error. So I have this commented out. So right now, when I run this, it just runs as normal. But if I actually compile this into the code, this will error immediately because this code actually runs. So it's basically telling me that it's erroring in this file at a specific line number. Except I don't have the line numbers working yet, but yeah. It's a bit of a pain to set this up though, because basically the operating system doesn't make it super easy to do. So each like operating system has its own way of representing it, or allowing you to get this information programmatically. So I know this just looks like a bunch of gibberish, honestly, in the console here, but like this line here is this is what I can get like programmatically from like the operating system. It can give me a line that looks like this, and this contains information that's useful to actually getting a more human readable form. So like the first part of this path here is the actual like executable file. So that's the program that's running. This here is an address to basically a function within, I guess, the debug symbols table within the for the application, for the executable. So basically this is just an address that I can query somewhere else that can get me the file name, the function name, and the line number. And I'm actually not sure what this last bit is. I don't think it's relevant to what I need to do, but I'm sure somebody has a use for it. Otherwise, they wouldn't put it in here. But yeah, I definitely want to support all of the major platforms this time around. I had an engine in the past where I only did Windows, but ideally I'd have everything. It just works across the board. So it's more work, but it actually makes like my code more robust, because there's a lot of things like you can do just on Windows, because like Windows opens up I don't know, various things you can do with the operating system that don't exist on Mac or Linux. So like if you wrote entirely for Windows, you might end up relying on some of that stuff and then realize, oh shoot, I can't actually port this to Linux easily. But if you just write it for all three from the start, it's like you're kind of forced to make your app work with like the subset of common, I guess, functionality between them. Or at least you think more about using platform specific features. But yeah, it's a fun time. So yeah, right now, and you can kind of see like my progress here. I'm like just sort of debug printing stuff as I go. So like I said, like this is the raw line that it gives me, and then from there I'm able to like extract the function name. So I guess back in this example, where is it? I don't know where it went. Yeah, here we go. Here's the point in code that's erroring. So like here's the function it's erroring in. It's in this set RGBA function. So this is, you can kind of see I'm getting this here, and there's a bunch of C++ kind of stuff that gets tacked on the front of it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm not really a Linux user, actually. Like I'm primarily a Windows user. I'm just happen to be on Linux today because it's the last one I'm working on. I can only imagine that Linux is becoming more popular and more supported. It kind of feels that way to me. Yeah. I think it is nice to have like a third sort of open source operating system option out there that's actually somewhat mainstream. And yeah, I definitely intend to, I guess, support it natively with the stuff I'm working on. All right, so let's get these line numbers here. So I actually don't know what this line looks like. Yeah, so this is the line I just parsed. So here's the file path to the actual code file. And then this little colon here is the line number. So I guess the next thing after that's a space. So we'll just assume a space is the next delimiter. And then this needs to be integer. All right, I think this should work now. No, it does not. Interesting. Oh, I see. There we go. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so yeah, now that I have the line numbers parsed, what's nice about Visual Studio Code is that it recognizes that these paths are like, I guess, hot hyperlinks. I'm not sure what the jargon is, but you can click these and go right to the file. So now that I have a call stack, it's like, okay, well, where did the error happen? Happened right here. And you can jump through the call stack, so you can just see like the execution path for the program. Now, I'm actually not sure why there's some gibberish at the top here. Interesting. It's like I'm getting extra, just some extra stuff in my path. That's so weird. I think I can just trim that though. So if I go here, just like remove a few from these. Yeah, here we go. Curious why there's so much extra stuff on Linux. So what is this? Main. Yeah, that just fails because it's outside of the executable. All right, let's make sure we're cleaning up everything. So So I don't need to print a bunch of stuff anymore. Sweet. All right, yeah, so this is what a call stack should look like. Make this a bit bigger, maybe. Basically just a dump from wherever it happens. And then I'll have to test if this also works. Yeah, so in C and C++, there's a type of error called a segmentation fault, which is basically if you write memory to a memory address that you don't have access to for some reason or another. Either your program got into a bad state or you just weren't careful with where you're writing memory. The operating system can detect that, and it'll give you a page segmentation fault, it's called, which is basically an unrecoverable error that will just crash your program, because you should like in an ideal world never have a seg fault, but it happens in development sometimes, and I wanted to be able to detect those without running a debugger. So I think this should just work if we run this. Oh, I have to remove this error. Where is it? Yeah, so right here I just have some code that should force a segmentation fault to happen. Like on this line, I'm basically creating a variable pointer with a null pointer address, so it doesn't have an address. And then I'm trying to write to that address, which should easily detect that that's not possible. And then if I press space, yeah, sweet. So yeah, it detects that, and then I should get a call stack that brings me right to where it happened. So right there, which will be really convenient. Yeah. I guess I should say that having a call stack is nothing like super fancy. You can run your code with a debugger attached, and you just get a call stack basically anytime you want. But it's nice having it sort of just built in to the engine, where like if I'm not running a debugger and I hit an error, it'll just show me the call stack, and then I can investigate it further. So yeah. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, Minecraft's written in Java, assuming you're playing the Java version. So Java's really convenient because it's this kind of a language programming specific thing, but yeah, that's basically a call stack. And Java actually has like way better error messages than C++ or C usually. Because for various technical reasons, Java just has more information available to it when it crashes, and it can usually recover from errors a lot more gracefully, they say. Yeah, okay. I'm really glad this actually came together so easily. But the other nice thing is I wrote this so that, so these call stacks print when an error happens. But sometimes, like, I might just want a call stack to print just anytime I want. I do not know what that is. Yeah, but yeah, sometimes I want just to print a call stack anytime. So I have it in a function, so I can just call the function. Like when I hit the spacebar, I'm just gonna debug print the call stack. So now if I come in here and I press space, it's like, all right, cool. Here's the call stack to exactly where that happened. The line numbers are a bit off because reasons, but it's close enough. Let's make sure the other project still works. Oh yeah. All right, now I'm going to improve the way the seg faults are actually handled. So let's see, where do I handle these right now? Yeah, right now I'm doing them here. So I can delete this. Delete that, and go into the engine. Yeah. So it kind of depends on the people that are writing the program or the game, how lenient they are with errors. Like a lot of errors aren't actually errors; they're more like just warnings that things aren't 100% ideal. Like, I mean, I don't know on Minecraft exact like specifically, but yeah, essentially a lot of errors aren't like actually critical to like the program executing. Like the error can happen and it can get handled and then mitigated, but you might still want that in the logs so that when you're going through and actually like going to go fix some of these, you just have the logs available to see where these errors happened. So usually like more logging of errors and just state in general is better than less logging. I think ideally you should have no errors. I used to work at a AAA company on a big game. And the philosophy there is that any error is a critical error. So anytime something like there just wasn't the concept of a non-critical error. So that just meant that anytime a problem comes up, it's addressed immediately because you can't proceed without fixing it. But yeah, that's not that's not like a standard rule across the board, unfortunately. All right. Okay, let's see. Now, what is signal.h exactly? I don't even know if this is an extern C thing. Yeah, I'm not too interested in in AI stuff, to be honest. All right, so this returns void, and let's see. What is a sig handler T? So it's a void pointer to an int. Yeah, I am. I'm kind of afraid to do anything on Linux, honestly, because I got this set up like a year ago, somewhat miraculously. Like I said, I am not a Linux user by day, so I know barely enough to get by. Why do Arch then? Because one of my friends told me to. So yeah. All right, let's see. Int signal. So it's a void pointer to an integer. I think it was a mistake, honestly. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what I'm looking at. Whatever, I'll do this later. I don't need to do this right now. Hello, Brazil. Hello from the United States. All right, let's see. What else do I need to do? So there's another header in here, I think. Main. Oh, where'd chat go? Um, yeah, well, I think streaming helps me a little bit because, oh shoot, yeah, it keeps doing that. Yeah, I don't have the web embed, um, working in OBS on Linux right now. So I'm like literally just display capturing another window with the chat on it. Yeah, okay. I think it should be fixed now. Yeah, I find streaming helps. For me, it just keeps me focused because I can't like go goof off when I have the live stream up. I don't stream very often though. In terms of advice though, I guess I just have the cliche advice like, work on things you're interested in working on. Because like programming it's a really big field. There's just so many different things you can work on. Like I work on games and game engines. That's just what I'm excited about. But that's just a small slice of everything that's out there, right? So like I would die if I was doing web development, right? So it's like don't force yourself to do something you don't want to do. And I'm sure some web developers would die trying to like bang their head against the wall, figuring out why these compile errors happen all the time in C world. It's like you have to like write your own parser to get like debug information. I can see how some people would not find that fun at all. All right, so this works. Let's see if I turn this off. What else am I erroring on? Did I not error at all, actually? Oh, sweet. Okay, it just works. I'm actually surprised. Yeah, what I'm working on right now, I don't know if anyone's actually paying attention, but where'd the chat go? Again, keeps disappearing on me. Yeah, what I'm working on right now is in my little engine to speed up compile times, because C++ compile times can be pretty atrocious. One, I don't use any of the C++ standard library, like standard includes, which I guess to answer the one point there, or to respond to the one point about C++ being impossible to master. If you just accept that you don't have to use all of C++, it becomes a lot easier to learn it. And I just specifically don't use the standard library because I don't think it's necessary. And as soon as you add a standard library include, your compile times just go into the dumpster. So if you care about fast iteration, then I guess don't use a standard library. But yeah, so I have this concept, or okay, yeah. So for that reason, I mostly use the C headers. Like you can kind of see in the code I was just writing where to go. I should really just navigate with the console, but I'm a clicker. I'm using like a lot of the C string functions, like you see like sn printf here, and like stirchar, and like all these random C ones, rather than the C++ alternatives. And that's because I can access these through the C headers by linking to the C runtime. But I go as far as to not directly include the C headers. Instead, I have this these vendor / C header names, but .hpp just to signify that as my own header. And then in here, in each of these, I can optionally either include the C header. So if we go to like string, if this macro is defined here, this use official headers, then this header file just diverts directly to string.h. But if not, then I just like link to the DLLs like directly, like through the extern C here and all the functions I actually use that I want to link to. So this like massively reduces the amount of code that gets compiled into each, I guess, source file, which makes the compile times super fast. Like I can do a full build of this project in like this long. And it's a lot of that time is spent actually in OpenGL, which is kind of annoying. The OpenGL code is really bloated. Yeah, my output log is incredibly messy right now. But yeah, so what I was working on right now is I just added this Callstack printing stuff. And I didn't have support for some of these functions in my unofficial headers, I call them. So I'm working on getting those in now. Like to listen for seg faults, you have to call this signal function from signal.h. And then this is the actual symbol that you have to link to, which is in the C runtime. Yeah. So I have to do these for a few more too, actually, because I know that's not the only one. So if I look for .h and I exclude things in vendor, then let's see, why am I including time here? Oh, that's in build. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, so like this cxxavi.h, I'm gonna need to do these. I'm surprised this worked at all, actually. Because normally if you leave these in, it just completely breaks. Thing's already running. Okay, so I don't need that header, which is nice. I like to just comment these out to see if they're critical or not, because sometimes like you over include. Yeah, so this one's necessary. So I need to add support for this one, and then this one. So what do I actually get from here? I get this DL info. Actually, I don't remember. I think we have pretty similar specs, actually. Let me check. Can I check on Linux? Is there like an about tab or something? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we have like exactly the same CPU, actually. Yeah, so I have the 7950X and then a 3080 graphics card. Yeah, and I got this CPU also just for compile times because it was one of the better, I think, single thread performance CPUs out there. So like a lot of the gaming ones are better for like multi-thread performance. And compiling does use multi-thread a bit, but the bigger bottleneck is like how much throughput like for each individual thread. So I think that was the reason. Plus I think the AMD card was on sale. So yeah, I don't know if this is even visible on stream. Can I make this bigger? Yeah. All right. So what was the issue? So I technically don't have to use this, which might simplify the problem, but I'm going to. Because I'm only using this to get access to the call stack. I mean, the executable path, which is kind of dumb because you get it as part of the program arguments too. Okay, so. Yeah, like I was saying, probably before you joined the stream, I'm not a Linux daily user. This is like the first time I booted it up in a couple months. So I'm maybe not the best person to ask for that. I'm just supporting Linux in my code base, so I need to boot it up every so often and do some of the stuff that has Linux specific code, like here, because getting the Callstack on Linux is different than Mac and Windows. So if I want to support Callstacks on Linux, I need to write Linux code and test it on Linux. So I boot up Linux and I make it work for a bit. Okay, let's stop procrastinating. But yeah, on the point of having my little unofficial headers, I have a bit of a trick to actually making this easier. So like when you include these, this is just like, these are just their own files, right? With a bunch of code in them. So when I'm looking for like what symbols to include and what to link to and whatever, I have a little, let's see where to go. I have a little test, or I have a little file here where I can just like add, what was it? This. And let's bring this back. So I can add this. And then if I run the preprocessor on this, we get this file, which is like a preprocessed version. So this is actually what's getting included in your code when you link to, or when you include this. Yeah, so this is the code that gets linked or included at the top of your file when you include that header. So we are specifically looking for, actually wait, this did not work. I didn't save this. Save, now let's run this again. Here we go. Okay, so actually this is really nice because it's like, this is barely anything, actually. Whoa, I'm surprised. Maybe I don't need to bother supporting this one. What do I use this for? I use this for DL info. Where's this coming from? Yeah. The one thing I hate about Windows is, well, yeah, one, it's like Microsoft is just getting kind of insane. And two, like, well, I feel like my Windows is just always restarting itself. And I know that's for like security updates and stuff. But the problem is every time it does that, it like breaks something. Like every time my computer restarts, I need to reinstall some of my fonts because like the font installs just break every time my computer restarts. So I think I must have like a corrupt install of Windows or something that's like breaking my fonts every time the system boots up. But like I don't want to go through the headache of reinstalling Windows, so I just deal with it. But yeah, it's like over time, things just get worse and worse. But that said, I also had to fix a bunch of stuff on Linux when I booted it up earlier today, so yeah, I don't know. But maybe that's because I have Arch installed rather than like more, I don't know, user-friendly version of Linux. Okay, so DL info. So I use this function. Which isn't even in here. Where is this coming from? DL error. I'm just like missing this, I guess. This just doesn't have it in it. It's not coming from this, is it? I would be surprised if it was. No, I don't know what that is. So if we include this, save and preprocess. No such directory. Fascinating. Oh, this is a C++ thing. Oh yeah, it's annoying. All right, let's see. We need to update the shell script. So now if we, oh shoot. There we go. So that's in the namespace. So we just grab this and no, I don't. Nothing really publicly available anyway. I kind of have the problem where I spend more time like remaking stuff, or like I get a decent way into things and I have a new idea. I want to work on that instead. So no, I don't have anything on Steam. Maybe someday. All right, what was this header called? Let's see. What did that return? A char pointer. I have like these tiny windows. This is a mess. Close. Yeah. All right, so that should work for this one. I was working, maybe I can actually get this to run. I'm not sure if it still works. I guess while I talk about games. Because I know right now I've just been showing like empty windows. Let's see. Open, recent. I'll be surprised if this actually still runs on Linux. I haven't tested this. Oh, it does still run. Wow. Okay, no, it doesn't. It crashed. Well, I was going to show a game I was working on, but yeah, maybe next time. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the conversation. I will keep grinding. Yeah, here we go. We have a memory leak or something. Fascinating. Okay, now we just have to do this header. I think I could probably just not use this one. I wonder if the C header is different than the C++ one. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's everything I was looking for. So we need this for sure. So let's make another one of these. Copy, paste, and that was called, what was that called? How come these keep disappearing? Where are my tabs? There they are. And pass through that, delete this, go to this, and we need this. All right. So we have those all supported now, which is nice. Let's see what some of these messages are about, though. These are getting annoying. So what line is this? I hate how I can't just like Control C from the console here. So these should be integers. What else is it warning me about? Onside long int. So what is frames? What does backtrace return? That returns an integer. Why am I treating it as a usize? Maybe truncated writing up to 250 bytes. Yeah, I don't really care about this warning. Also sample rate. Oh, this is dumb. See, it's good that I test Linux every so often because I just have some of these like dumb. Oh, can't find that line. Why? Where is that? Yes, I just have dumb stuff like this. Like, what is this? Error message is a. Let's just delete that. So now we have more in here. Long unsigned int. That's just a long int. What is this type? Let's do this for now. And last but not least, oh, it is in two places. All right. Verbose. Yeah, I guess release builds don't have call stacks. So let's just delete this. Why is the code different between these? 11, but it exited with code 2816. Should be identical. Exit calls what? Fascinating. Maybe exit's not getting called on Linux actually during the segfault. Let me commit this code. Now I have to test that this still works on Mac. So let's do that. All right, here's proof that it builds natively on a Mac as well. So, unfortunately, I can't stream from a Mac right now, but the code still works there. Let me check one more thing. Build. It's actually interesting because Mac and Linux share a lot of the same, I guess, sort of back-end code, because they're both like based on the POSIX file system, and there's like a few other similarities. Let's see. Core. So why am I using this anywhere? I'm not. I'll just get that file back. Okay, I think I'm gonna make a few more helpful asserts though for common things which are somewhat annoying. So let's see. How do I want to do this? Why is this not tabbed, by the way? Now, this should work with LLVM as well, but I think there was an issue. Yeah, what's it mad about? Oh yeah, this is an issue as well. Shouldn't be allowed. Is that the only place I'd do that? This is a nice thing about supporting all the compilers too, is you get warnings that some of the other ones don't pick up. Like why? Yeah, this should be full screen equals enabled. And then we just have to figure out, so this is just mad about this linker flag. I'm not even sure where that's being used. So I guess why is that in here? Ooh, call stacks look different on LLVM. Fascinating. All right, that's actually complicating the matters a little bit. All right, so why is that? I guess I should have checked that before I went and hard-coded some stuff. Let's see. So what does the... I guess the question is, what does this look like? that's the same. So that shouldn't be the problem. So let's see. Where did I print that? What does the first line look like? Because that should be the function name. Yeah, that's fine. It could be that GCC and LLVM have different linkage to the demangle function. So yeah, let's see. What does it look like when the function names get demangled? I guess for anyone paying attention. So this is what the function names in C++ actually compile to. So you have like your name, but it also adds a bunch of other sort of stuff into there. That's called function name mangling, or symbol mangling. And that's to, in part, it's to avoid like namespace conflicts, like symbolic collisions. So when you want to print the call stack, you have to demangle these. So thankfully it's a reversible process. But I assume I might have just messed something up, because these should be identical. Yeah, this, oh no, that does work. Is it the file path that's busted? Because the function names are fine, but it's the file path. So let's see. Extract path. Yeah, that's it. So what is the second line? Oh, I see. LLVM's not even including debug information. So it doesn't have the symbols at linkage. All right, let's see. That would explain it. Where was that? Link flags. Oh yeah, we need to pass G, I believe. No. Is one of these throwing it off? Yeah, that was throwing it off. I wonder if those are needed for Mac. I'm gonna have to look into that, because I wouldn't have put those flags in there if they didn't do anything, didn't do something. So they must be doing something somewhere. I was hoping I didn't have to like conditionally not include symbols, or maybe that's useful on Windows. Is Debug doing something? Kind of forget what these flags do. Yeah, so that works. I'm just gonna delete those and see what happens. Yeah, so I think the -debug is for Windows. That's what it looks like. Yeah, I'm just going to remove it because I don't think it's necessary. I don't have it down here either. Yeah, so let's... Where am I printing? I wonder if my IntelliSense, or I wonder why my IntelliSense doesn't work on Linux as well. Just doesn't like giving me IntelliSense. So that's fun. All right, let's get these changes saved. All right, so now I'm going to continue working on the UI system, which was the original goal. So yeah, I've been working on UI widgets. So the next one I need to do is the checkbox, which is essentially just a button with a Boolean state to it. So I'm gonna do that. So let's create a new widget off of the button. So let's just copy this and paste it. Checkbox. So checkbox has no label, but it does have state. So as hovering, clicked. So when you click, just toggles the state, simple enough. And we can probably put these here actually. I don't use really any libraries outside of, I guess, the C runtime and OpenGL for Linux rendering, ALSA for audio, X11 for creating the window. What else? I use TrueType library for rasterizing the fonts into bitmaps, and I think there's another one I use for something else. But other than that, I don't use any libraries. So it's a very self-contained code base, I guess you could say. Or an insane code base. That's another way of putting it. So let's see, where do we draw the label? Draw a rectangle. Let's draw one here. And we'll like indent it a little bit. +4, -4, -4. Yeah, sure. And if it's enabled, we will be either, for now, we'll just be white or black. And then overlay. So and then maybe like toggle. We'll just flip it back and forth. And this just is a little getter. Is enabled. This is Arch Linux. I'll preface by saying that I am not a Linux user, and my hand was held very tightly when I got Arch Linux set up by one of my friends who is a Linux user. And had it not been for that, I probably wouldn't be on Arch Linux. But that's just where we are. All right, so let's see. Anything else? You have click, drawing, checkbox. Probably don't need random in here. Probably don't need random in the button either, do I? All right, let's see if this compiles. Yes, it does. And let's create a button. Actually, let's create a checkbox. Yeah. It is a pain in the ass, to say the least. Yeah, I previously had Arch Linux on a different computer, but I had like an old graphics card, like an old NVIDIA, just like some no-name cheap card that I got at one point. And that was a pain in the ass. Because like, NVIDIA is already pretty bad with their drivers on Linux in general. And then to have an old NVIDIA card, which had to use old drivers, and it was just like, yeah. In the end, I don't even think I had like the proper drivers, because it just, anytime it rendered anything more complicated than like a still web page, it just wouldn't work at all. But now I have it on my main computer as a second bootable drive, so it's using my main, I guess, GPU and stuff. So all right, so create a checkbox. I'm getting really annoyed that my IntelliSense isn't working. All right. we can actually create one of these in the application. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the subscriber, the sub. All right, let's see. Yeah, thanks. Why didn't that work? Create widget. I literally just made that function. Oh, I see. All right, there is a checkbox. The border is definitely too big though. So let's make the border, let's see. Maybe it can be like, 8, make it 8. Let's drop this on a new line. There we go. There's a checkbox. No, I'm actually going to make it use its own function. And I will draw an outline. What I could do actually, click offset plus border. And then let's drop these on the new lines. What does this need to be? Click depth. Click offset. Click depth. Yeah. Plus. I'm trying to give a little bit of depth to the button. So I think this should work. To get like, okay, that does not work. YB1.y. Okay, I think we need to increase by like a pixel. Let's do like this one. Yeah, good enough. Maybe we'll do the border as like 6. Because the button is pretty big. Heck, even 5. Yeah, it looks like a good checkbox to me. And what else do we have on the list? Checkbox. So I have this list of just stuff I need to work on. I didn't even have Callstack on this list. Debugging. All right, this project is using a font that doesn't exist anymore. Nice. Which one I just run? Water. Did I mean float v3? No, I did not mean float. What's it mad about? What did it fail? Oh, it doesn't like the, yeah, that's right. Let's just use GCC instead. So it's fascinating. So my new Callstack code is coming in useful, coming in handy here. I'm not sure why it would be failing in the window though. That's super bizarre. Well, I guess it's failing in OpenGL. I would have expected. I don't know. This project just doesn't work, I guess. Let's try this one. Let's try my chess simulator. Here's a chess simulator. It's not fully implemented though, because you can, you don't have to take turns. Why isn't the water demo working? Does it work on Mac? Projects, water. So it does work on Mac, but it doesn't work on Linux. Oh, that's super bizarre. Why would that be? All right, let's see. Is it actually failing to create the window, or is that just where it's telling me it's failing? Because those two might not be the same. Yeah, I think it is just failing there. Yeah, we do this. So it hits that. But then it doesn't hit the second one. So the question is, what state is Oh, I think I know. It's because I'm trying to use the depth buffer, but that's failing for some reason. I bet if I turn off depth testing, it'll work. Where is this project? So if we just go in here and turn off the depth test. Yeah. Oh yeah, mouse look doesn't work on Linux. So why does that happen? Let's see. Bits depth. Am I just putting these in the wrong spot potentially? Let's see. Depth size, stencil size. Pixel format descriptor. I guess the question is, what are the so 32-bit depth buffer. I wonder if it doesn't support 32-bit depth. Like, what if we do this? Yeah, okay. So does Linux just not support 32-bit depth? I wish I had my Windows booted up right now, because there's a project I want to try as well. But I don't have it on GitHub, so I can't sync it. I can't clone it. All right, now I think I'm going to work on the debug console instead, because that is a big to-do. So I started this. You can see I have it tokenizing an input string. So next step is I actually have to create commands and then parse those from the tokens. Or I guess tokenize the commands and then compare them to a list of actual commands. So let me just update the title. Where's the text for this? All right. I might make the terminal a little bit bigger. It's kind of small. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Console is around here somewhere. Console. I'll just make it a bit bigger for now. So let's make it like 64 or 48 maybe. And the text will be size 20. All right. So a command is simply a list of tokens. So I guess we just create a type that is a command. So we have, shoot, this probably be in the, no, let's do it in here. I'm just gonna write this somewhat lazily, I guess. For most things, I would care about not like allocating memory everywhere. But for the debug console, I don't care that much about memory allocations. Because you only really use this in a development context. So let's see. So we have like a list of tokens. I'm sure like tokens. And then we have, I guess, a list of parameters. So we need parameter. Params, so we're gonna need a type that represents parameters as well. Parameter. And then we'll also have just an integer of like required parameter. And let's start that with 0. And then a command will also have a function associated with it. But I need to think about how to do that. So for now, let's just make a list of commands. So the console has a list of tokens and a static list of commands. Oh, I'm also going to add a command type enum as well. Like integer. And type. Command type, variable, and then there might be more of these. So by default, it is a command. Let's make sure this compiles. No, it does not. Why? So enum type. What's my macro called? Enum type. Yeah, that was right. Oh yeah, tokens. All right. So I have this called tokenize input, but I think this should actually just be called like tokenize. All right. I guess it initializes itself based on a string. Command definition. I don't know. Command definition. I'll just name it definition. And it will have a and then it will also have a callback at some point, but I'm not going to implement that yet. So let's see. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a function that basically checks if it so we'll see if the command matches a list of tokens. So list token. I don't know, input tokens. And return false. Now we have maybe, I guess maybe it shouldn't be equal. Maybe it should be like compare or something. Because we might also want to rank commands that don't exactly match but are close. And you would want like a number to list them, to sort them by as you're typing. So maybe we'll change that, but that'll be a future project. So we'll start with this. So now we need to tokenize the definition string. All right. So how do we do that down here? Yeah, this is easy. Actually, come think of it, I don't really need a parameters list. I can just have tokens. Because I'll be able to figure out if it's a parameter or not based on the first character. So let's see, remove that. Which simplifies the problem a little bit. So this actually modifies this thing. So I'm going to create like a little scratch buffer. Or actually, yeah, let's just change the function. No, I can't do that. It's kind of both. The Jared one is the one, I guess I post more just devlog or just random dev video type stuff on. Whereas the Manta Games is meant to be like the more official one, but I don't know. I just stream on both because the subscribers are half on one and half on the other, annoyingly. So yeah, maybe I should just pick one. All right. I can't remember. Does this actually modify token? Oh no, it doesn't. All right, so we're good. So I can just pass this in, I believe. And then if the input definition is 0, then let me break. Yeah. So I'm just gonna make a little draw method. Definition, where is that? 0. Type command type. Where is it seeing that? Oh yeah. What line is that? 150. Yeah. Let's expect a color. It's really annoying because my IntelliSense isn't working on Linux right now. So, okay, sweet. Let's just like add a command. So what do you mean there's no init function? It's right there. Oh yeah, I need a type. Now what's it mad about? Needs a constructor, of course. Let's see. Doesn't need a copy constructor, really. See, this is why I hate C++. It's because like you use one feature and now it's like you have to use them all. All right, fine. All right, and then we just draw these. All right, we have a string that is like infinitely long saying test. So that clearly failed. Why though? Which part is broken? That's the question. Token 0, so it's just repeating the first token. Let's see. So it's not incrementing, is it? Let's see. Why isn't it incrementing? Not really. I was kind of busy most of the summer, so I kind of tapered off working on it. But, you know, as the cold weather comes around, here I am, back inside. There has been some progress, but nothing like crazy visual, I guess. My goal is to, I'm trying to wrap up a lot of like the miscellaneous stuff by the new year, because I want to spend next year actually, I guess, working on games and like making stuff in the engine. So I kind of have like a to-do list here of just a bunch of stuff I want to get done in the next few weeks. I've made like decent progress too. So like some of these are pretty much done. Like the UI system's almost done. I just finished the debugging stuff. Well, at least the Callstack stuff today. Audio engine I did the other week. So there's audio in the engine now. Oh yeah. Input string. So like the string builder works now. So it's cool. This was kind of a pain in the ass. But there's a rich text editor, which seems kind of weird for a game engine to have one of these, but the idea is the game engine will have, or I'll build like tooling for games within the game engine. So it'd be nice if in the tooling you could have like text editing without, I don't know, an awkward interface. So I just went ahead and did that. Like I just made a little color picker widget as well. So I've been working on this stuff this week and a little bit of last week. Here's like the audio. I have a little audio slider just to test the UI widgets. But it also shows off the audio engine that I have, or the audio system I have in here now. So you could have like, obviously volume. There's like filters. So there's like audio effects. So here's like a low pass cutoff. And like a reverb. If I go to the next UI. So it's just a bunch of stuff that has to get done that I'm doing now. Oh, the object system just segfaulted. Or no, that was my space key. But yeah, I still have a lot left on here too. Like some of these I'm not going to get to anytime soon. Networking is one thing I have to do yet that I'm not looking forward to. I'm doing the console right now. There's some file system stuff I want to do, but we're getting there. So why is the console not working? Yeah, so it's literally just repeating itself. So it's just not incrementing. Let's see. Increment. What is increment? 0? 6. So it's just not doing it, maybe? No, it is. Am I resetting it somewhere? Oh, I think I see what's going on. Should be doing this. All right, so kind of works now, except it's also just reading straight past the end of the string and continuing on. So is that because it doesn't catch this? It should be this. There we go. All right, we've tokenized the strings. Now I'm gonna denote whether a token is a parameter or part of the command based on whether it is a parentheses or one of these square brackets. So I'm going to test these. So we need to have a bit of extra state. So do we see saw param equals false? Saw an optional param. So these will be different error conditions. And we'll want to be able to print that out. Yeah, that's true. I'm in too deep now to give that up. I just spent like an hour doing some of that earlier today, actually. Because I had to add support for some of the Callstack retrieval functions from the various header files from CLib. All right, so let's see. All right, so if I don't follow the rules here, wait, it should have already broken. So saw optional. Yeah, okay, I guess it should be like this too. Yeah, this one doesn't need the error, it should be the other way around. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so earlier today I added this Callstack dumping function, which is really nice to have. It's kind of annoying though because the implementation for it is different between the operating systems. So the way you actually get this like sort of debug info about the function name and the file path and the line number is different depending on whether you're on Windows, Mac, or Linux. So that's why I'm on Linux right now, is because I was saving the best for last. And now I'm just working on Linux because I don't want to boot back into Windows. But it's at the downside that I don't have access to, or my IntelliSense isn't working. So I'm coding blind a little bit, but maybe that's good practice. I could just compile more and see if it breaks. All right, so let's see. Yeah, let's test these various cases. So if we optional parameters must be at the end. So that's actually not the error. It should be like saw. These should both be true. Yeah, parameters must be at the end. And now I think I'm gonna be a little fancy with this, perhaps. I kind of want it to give me a little squiggly line with a little caret, so I know like which token is the problem. Let's just over-engineer the heck out of this. So let's just do that. Because why not? I'm trying to figure out what I should name this. It is pretty tempting. It is pretty tempting, but including that standard header, man, it's a killer. It's a killer. Let's see. What header is that in actually? Is that in, let me Google, what header is standard stack trace? And it is in stack trace. All right, let's see. I have the test. We can test this. I think I've done this demo before. But if we include here stack trace, and then I think I can run this. All right. And we look at how much gets included here. Okay, this isn't too bad. Is this even the file I'm looking for? Okay, to be fair, the stack trace header is not too bad. Some of these are massive though. Or is it this one? Yeah. I'm curious how big it is on Windows. What's another good one we can try? Let's just make sure this works. Include like a vector. So I'm kind of thinking we might not be getting the full story here. Yeah, okay, so here's standard vector. If you want to see how much code you include just by including vector. So if you include standard vector, you have 14,000 lines of code that need to be parsed. And some of this is templates, right? So you have like, you're gonna have a template explosion too, potentially. It's fascinating seeing some of this stuff though, because it's like, humans write this, right? What's another good one we can try? Let's do like, I don't know, what do people use nowadays? What do the kids use? Thread. Let's see what's in thread. I'm just curious. Shoot. Oh yeah, thread's a meaty one too. 11,000. They just add up. They add up. Stacktrace is suspiciously small though, I'll be honest. Maybe that's not a bad one. Maybe the several hours I spent adding this was a waste of time. All right. Right? Right? All right, where was I? The console. I was gonna make a little squiggle. I'm just gonna call it squiggle. A squiggle buffer. You'll see what I'm doing here with the squiggle buffer. So let's see. For let's do J. We can even concatenate this live. We just keep doing the horribly inefficient stir ncat on the squiggle buffer. And we'll add a squiggle for every, ooh, this is actually a little more complicated than that. Less than increment. So we're building a squiggle. Yeah, here we go. And then which error did we see? Params must be at the end. All right, so now we will, let's see, print that, and then print the squiggle buffer. Did I even spell squiggle right? Oh shoot. Oh, it's count at the end. Oh. Source. What's the destination? Source. All right, so it's just the other way around. Why didn't it print the squiggle buffer? Oh, I didn't null terminate. Okay, that definitely should have printed the squiggle buffer. What? This is flawless code right here. How could that be wrong? Yeah, here's a squiggle buffer. Works up here. Oh, I think I need to actually be down here. Here we go. The squiggle buffer. We're in business. It's not on a new line though. We'll put a little caret on it. And remove that. Params must be at the end. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I have to make this smaller. It's killing my eyes. So I'm gonna use spaces. So now I can do this. It wants to work. It wants to work. Oh, this space is not drawing. What am I doing wrong? Console. So like skipping these spaces for some reason. Yeah, whatever. I don't know why it's a few characters too big. I guess it's because we're concatenating the squiggles. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this is pretty stupid. This is unnecessary. But I'm gonna keep it. We'll only calculate this though when we actually need to. So I is less than, or j is less than I. There we go. Perfect. I'm gonna drop another new line though. I'm picky about my error messages. There we go. Perfect. We'll throw these guys in quotes as well. On what? I don't know what tweak is. Twitch? All right, so now we have we have the commands getting tokenized. So actually seeing if a command satisfies an input, let's say input, we don't need to have tokens there. I'll say input tokens. So now we basically just compare strings. So if I'm going to use a regular for loop. I guess I can just say index. So if the So we can sort of do some early tests before we actually continue doing a more thorough comparison. So if the input tokens dot count is less than basically the required tokens, non-required tokens plus params, then we know we're missing something. So we can return if that, then we know that we're missing false. All right, so if that's true, then we will, let's see, loop through the tokens one by one and just compare them. I don't remember. Does this return 0 on success? I think so. Return 0 if they're equal. So it takes string 1, string 2. So it takes token and other.token. All right, so actually we need to see what type of token we are. It's not like supported open source, but there will be the Git repository, which is just like open to do whatever you want with. I haven't updated the one in a while. It's been like probably since spring when I last updated it. But yeah, it's not like open source in that I'm probably not going to support it as open source because I don't know. I don't have the time for that. And I don't know if anyone would really be interested in that, but there's a lot of people that just like hide their own code away and never let it see the light of day for some reason, as if like someone's going to steal their code and make $1 million off of it. And I'm not one of those people. So yeah. Okay. So if tokens, this token, I think I'm going to change this to be the optional and use these guys. So let's do this. Or and optional ones are just this. All right. So And so if they do match, otherwise we will continue. Yeah, I think that's all I need actually. 'Cause that's the only thing I believe that would make that fail. Because we only really test if... I guess we could actually error out here. Let's see. I'm just trying to like simplify the logic here so we're not doing like unnecessary. I guess by the time we reach parameters, this will just be fully satisfied. So I think we can just return true. All right, let's just test it now. So we'll change the color of this. Was it equal without an S? Equal, not plural. No known conversion from Boolean to const token. This is equals. Wait, what is it mad about? Function equals should not return a value. Oh, that's just false. Cool. And then what's it mad about now? Oh, yeah. Duh. Let's do like this. Const. Jeez, I just thing after thing here. Commands. I gotta stop freestyling this code. I'm just failing. Here we go. So, wait, why didn't this error now? Definitely should have errored. What? Okay, so it's not working. So the question is, which part is returning false? I guess, yeah, maybe the unreachable is the true condition, right? Okay, so we just hit an assertion. From where? See, this is why the call stack is overpowered. Look at this. You just know exactly where this happened. So that got called from here, which is interesting because... Oh, I see. Yeah, we need another condition. Where did I leave an S? Console 217. 217. There it is. So I guess the question is, if you have too many tokens, like you have more tokens than necessary to execute the command, would that count as a failure? Like a mismatch? Or should it just allow you to do that? I think I'm going to treat it as a failure because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Right? Like if you have more tokens in your input than are allowed by the command, then you're clearly not trying to enter that command anymore. So that's going to be a failure. Yeah, there we go. All right, so let's try. So like, we'll have like show debug, and optional enable. So show debug. Yeah, so this makes sense, right? And if you enter true, false. Yeah, okay, so that's still wrong. So I'm gonna keep track of this. So we have too many tokens. If we've reached parameters. I guess reaching parameters isn't an instant success. It's once we've reached the required parameter count. So if index plus so if index is greater than the number of tokens or okay, let's see. We need to actually change this. This gets confusing. So basically, it should match if you have all of the requirements met. So required tokens plus required params, then success equals true, I guess. Wait, why didn't that work? So if we have enough index to satisfy the requirements, what is this number? I think this should have been satisfied. That's so weird. Required parameters is not. Here we go. So that's fine. And then let's see. This then that. Oh yeah, index is off by 1. That's right. we have command parsing. Well, equality anyway. No, ideally we rank them somehow because you don't have like perfect matches, but you have like, it's close. You have like similarities. You want to rank the commands in the suggestion box based on their similarity to what you're typing. And maybe have some like context override as well. So, but that'll probably be a tomorrow project because I'm kind of getting tired. I don't really like the logic I have here either. It seems a little messy. Because we're doing this like twice here. I don't like this duplicated clause or condition. It's like we can probably take this out of here. So like if it is not a token, so if we're not on parameters, if not is parameter and token, this that token does not equal the other one, then success equals false and we break. Otherwise, we have to test this condition. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, that doesn't work. So it doesn't like the optional. What condition failed that one? Filling this case. Yeah, it should be this. All right, I think that's a wrap for today. I will finish this up another day. So hopefully, if anyone's actually watching this, you enjoyed watching Callstacks and Debug Console and Linux headers and all those fun things. But thanks for watching.